Bowlers, your practice session has concluded. Thank you for holding up on all practice bowling. I have about 20 minutes of it, and I'm kidding. Athletes, you may now begin bowling for score. Make sure you choose your sides and have your arrows up correctly, and have a great morning bowling.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Western Bowl as the 2016 Junior Gold Championships rolls on. Live from Indianapolis, Indiana. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Emil Williams Jr. I'll be joined by Aaron Smith momentarily. You are currently watching lanes 29 and 30 on this wonderful Saturday morning. A fun-filled day, plenty of bowling. As match play will conclude at some point today, we will have winners in all four divisions: U15 boys, U15 girls, U20 girls. Well, I should say we'll have finalists. I beg your pardon. At some point, we will have winners as well. Of course, those will be determined on our TV shows that will be taped throughout the day. We will have finalists in each. Right now, this is U20 boys. This is a Contenders match. And it features Jacob Dunham versus Jordan Bryant. If you're unfamiliar with the format, match play, top 16. After 4 days of qualifying, 4 games each, moved on to the advancers round. The 94 boys moved on. And the next cut saw 64. And now to the top 16. They did have some eliminations yesterday. If you lost both of your matches yesterday, you were eliminated. If you went 1-1, you got to bowl today. If you're a loser, or excuse me, if you lost a match, and you found yourself in the Contenders bracket here early this morning at 7 a.m. That is where Jordan Bryant, looks like he's stuck at the line there, missed the 6 pin. So 2 early opens for Bryant, 1 for Jacob Dunham. Jordan Bryant is the 11th seed. Jacob Dunham was the 7th seed. Entering match play, that's how they finished after the final advancers round. Jacob Dunham from La Crosse, Wisconsin. There's a very good shot there for Jacob. Jacob got his outfit. He's ready to go this morning. Not sure what color green that is, but I like it. He stands out. He's matching. We talked a little bit about apparel throughout the day yesterday, and of course just kids having the opportunity to express themselves and essentially at this point, dress as a professional. Big double there for Dunham as he bounces back from the early opening. This is 2 games, total pinfall. And the winner will move on. The loser of this match will then be eliminated. At 8 a.m. scheduled to start. All of our winners bracket matches will commence as well, so we'll have more bowling for you throughout. We also have 2 live streams going on as we did yesterday. Our great friends at Storm are down on the high end covering the U15 girls and boys, the U15 girls and the U20 girls, as Jordan Bryant now on the board here in the 3rd frame. They've got a few good matches down there that they have access to. A U15 girls contenders match, and then to their right a couple of U20 really good girls contenders matches as well. So feel free to check that out also. Again, U15, the matches that we can see, again, all of these are contenders matches. When we can, we'll be able to bring you to 33 and 34. All right, Brian back on it with a double of his own. Last night we saw Richard Paul III stave off elimination. A big victory against Joshua Meek. He had a double to stay alive. Paul was the #1 seed after losing his first match early on. Here is Dunham. All right, Jacob now 3 in a row. A match to our right here at U15 is Trent Pectus and Marcus McClain. Again, that is another contenders match that try to give you a little extra footage of if we can. All right, after the early open, Jacob Dunham is running all 3 in a row to make it 4. 3, no doubters. 10 back. Good morning to everyone. Again, as you check in and tune in, as you get a quick look at the McClain and Pectus match. We'll give that to you momentarily. Back over now to Jordan Bryant. Bryant looking for 3 in a row. That one's got to get up. And that one is well off the mark there. Jordan looking, he's having a little footing issue early this morning. Again, a busy day. We'll have TV tapings going on beginning at 9 a.m. with our USA Bowling developmental program. We'll have its inaugural national champion crowned in both U15 or U12 and U15, those divisions of USA Bowling. That's a great program. I like to think of it as, if you're familiar with football, and football has a USA football program as well. It's kind of also the developmental type program, and now USA Bowling, at least to me, kind of fits that mold where you get to really grow, develop young athletes essentially USA Bowling. Now there's a U12, of course, U15 divisions here at Junior Gold. They go right from that to this. And hopefully, of course, the U20s and then onward collegiate. Throw in the high school bowling as well, and then, of course, the professional level. So the structure looks to be in place, if you ask me. Brian with a strike in the 6th frame. If you're looking for the girls U15, again, just check out, obviously you're on Bowl TV already. If you kind of back out of this event and go to the Bowl TV page, you'll see the two live now events. You can search that way, or you'll see one event at the top. There'll also be arrows you can scroll through the events. You can do that also. Anthony Silva is not in our viewing area at the moment. He is bowling, which means he won his 2nd match, of course, last night. He lost his 1st yesterday by 2 pins. The strike train stopped in the 6th for Dunham. He's at a comfortable lead, 33 pins.
It's a big double there for Jordan Bryant, going to cut into that deficit. These competitors have had the opportunity to at least compete on the condition being used out here this morning. So just one pattern for match play. So they've already seen it for a round or 2. Still don't know the exact details, length, volume, or I've gotten to see a graph to see the shape of the pattern, but they know it's tough, and I've gotten to see what works in both the fresh and the burn. So now it's about execution. Bryant could not get up the hill on that one, leaves the bucket. Tough open for Bryant in the 8th frame. Just going to give Jacob a chance to put some distance here with a big 8th and 9th. So those 250s out there. Playing the lanes a little more direct than Jordan. They end up leaving the same thing in the 8th frame. Count doesn't hurt Jacob as much here, working on just 1 strike. takes care of the spare. Find himself up 39 heading into the foundation frame. Look at Marcus McLean. That is his shot in the 9th frame. He's clean through 8. Left the wash on the 9th, 170 in the 8th for him. Trent Pectus, 159 in the 8th. He still has the 9th and 10th to go. Working off and open in the 8th. So this is a definitely not the easiest spare for Marcus, but definitely makeable. Sends it around.
If Jason Thomas had saw that, he just that break right there, the head pin wraps around the 10. There's on a washout attempt. He just almost, there's a part of him inside every time he sees it. It just goes away. It is one of the terrible breaks, I think, as well. Essentially, you've made the spare. Just hit the pin.
It's right there. It's so close. It's unfortunately so far away in the count department. So Jordan Bryant can still get to 198 here. The big 9th and 10th frame, so it's looking like he's going to have some work to do in game number 2. This might be a little bit more now. Can't get the 2 to trip out. Flip over to Trent on 33 and 34. He struck in the 9th. Left the 6 pin his first shot in the 10th, so this essentially ties the match up. So he can finish at 199 still. Marcus McLean can get to 209 if he strikes out. Get Trent's final shot here. Get his total for game 1. Not happy with his execution right now, but 198. It's going to be in the match.
Yeah, total pinfall 2 game. I mean, you want to be as close as possible to the opponent and keep it as even as possible. Good shot there.
Great shot. Gotten a few of them just a little bit right at target, so getting everything back in line. Marcus delivered a strike on his first attempt, so if he's able to get any type of mark in his bonus effort of the 10th frame, he's going to have some kind of advantage. Could be 1, could be 11, could be somewhere in between there.
It's be a big double here for Jordan. Washout. Best he can shoot is 178. In a second, I'll try to walk down, folks, and just kind of peruse the concourse area, see if I can get you some scores and some updates. Looks like most of the matches here to our left, these are all U20 contenders matches to our left, are into or just beginning the second game. RP3 and Anthony Silva. Don't have good eyesight on those as well, so they are still in the first game, I can tell you that. And so I'll report more information as we get it.
Information we do have, though, Marcus McLean is going to hold an 8-pin advantage. 206 to 198 after one against Trent Pectus. 177 in the books for Jordan Bryant. Jacob Dunham tripping fours bright and early on a Saturday morning. Can still get to 226. That will put him up nearly 50 after one. Great shot for the double. Could be in the 220s.
Young man has thrown a lot of quality shots this game. He's got his Saturday's best on and he's ready.
I'm trying to determine, that might have been the, you mentioned the color green that was. That might have been the staff shirt color yesterday, so.
The staff shirt was just a tad bit brighter. The staff shirt was more Volt.
More Volt?
If you're familiar with that term or that color. Volt is a color.
Volt is a color.
And so some of the, what you think is neon green. I apologize, folks, for the brief apparel conversation, but Volt's like a highlighter.
Like a highlighter.
That's the best way to kind of describe it.
How about that? Things you can learn at 7:30 in the morning on Bowl TV with Emil Williams Jr.
Yeah, Volt is, you know, they make all kinds of shoes and apparel to kind of match that color because it's very distinct.
So it's a brand, not necessarily.
Well, certain brands certainly make more than most. I'll say that.
Gotcha. Okay.
But back to Jacob, I still don't know what what color green.
It's not quite Volt green.
To your point, though, the staff, they do have kind of two of those, that green in the family type shirts. Nice shot opening for Bryant. Yeah, I think it's closer to that one, though. They do have a lot more of a lime, a neon lime green type shirt. They're not wearing them today, though. Today is maroon. So we can't give the viewers a visual comparison, if you will. Oh, that's 10.
10 pin, right? That's what you meant?
Correct.
Great shot to kick off game two once again. Arm swing's got to be a little bit loose to start. Grabbing the early advantage. 47 pins. He's got in his back pocket heading into the final game. But we've seen anything is possible here on Bowl TV, though, over the course of time, whether it's here on the youth side, top players in the world on the Masters and Queens. Once again, somewhat of a similar setup there, with except it's 3-game total pinfall matches instead of 2 that we have featured here. And even in the Queens and Senior Queens, we've gotten to see some opportunities where folks have made up a lot of pins in a quick time. Trent still struggling a little bit with his direction on his strike shot, but is essentially tied up in the match so far. Marcus had to open in the second frame. So if he can cover the 247, he'll be in business. No problem. Jordan needed a little bit more push there. Heard someone in the audience ask for just a little bit. We'll see if he can put together a few strikes here in the early going. That's about all you can hope to do in this situation. Obviously, we're in a sprint, but any type of thoughts of putting a little pressure on your opponent, even working on a comeback trail? Certainly could help you in the long run, no problem on the spare. Clean through 2. Here's McLean in the 4th frame. He struck in the 3rd. Use the right-handed version of the 247, 3-6-10. So that one certainly could come on down to the 10th frame the way it's playing out. That is our U15 featured match at the moment. McLean versus Peckus. Our main shot here for the U20s. Jordan Bryant and Jacob Dunnan. Jordan gets the 4 trip out there, so 2 out of 3 to start. Jacob gets him to crumble. Early double. Once again, for those of you just tuning in, this is the 3rd round of match play. These are contender matches, or contender bracket matches, I should say. So in the double elimination format, all these players have lost a match so far. We had 2 rounds late last night here at Western Bowl. So now it's time to survive and make it to the next round. Fortunately, we're going to lose a handful of players after this round. They'll certainly deserve a well-earned round of applause from parents and spectators alike. A lot of great sportsmanship throughout the week. But making match play here, the largest junior gold championships in history. Pretty cool little thing to have on your resume. Emil Williams Jr. back in business. Looks like you got some scores for us.
Yes, 1 second.
And that's just not cool, pins. Got that one just a hair right, but made the turn, mixed them up, and staring down a 7-10. See if Jordan can maybe give us a little excitement here.
Bounced off the ball. All right, a couple scores for you, of course. Pete Burgos trailing. Jacob Yoder by 48. Pete shot 140. Game 1. Yoder shot 188. Just saw Burgos strike, but he's gonna need a lot of help. Big double for him though. Shoot 222 from what I can see. Yoder can shoot 234 max, so you're gonna need a little help there. Alec Carr leading David Hooper by 28. Again, these are game 1. Most of the matches were getting down closer to the end of the game. So I'll do another quick rundown. Tommy McNeil is leading Jared Armstrong by 7. When I went down there, Armstrong had 5 in a row. Those are U20 contenders matches. U15. TJ Rock had a 23-pin lead over Tyrell Ingles. RP3, Japal III, 13-pin advantage after 1 over Nick Perrone, 219 to 206. And Anthony Silva led Sean Cawthron by 22, 222 to 200. Again, all of those after game 1. Notice the U20s don't waste too much time. They're almost done. The U15s are in about the third. Some of their matches are in the second and third frames of the second game.
Now, see, I find that funny. I feel it would be the other way around. Like, and maybe, you know, really haven't got a lot of opportunities to watch the under 12s this week since I got here a little bit later than you did, sir. But I feel those kids would be a little bit younger, a little more anxious to get up there to take their turn and see what they can do on one of many challenging patterns they got to face throughout the week. As mentioned, for all match play, the pattern stays the same. So this is the most familiar these players have gotten to actually get with the pattern throughout the week. So got 2 rounds on it yesterday. And so they've gotten to know what a little bit of what to expect with ball reactions and ball choices, surface choices, whatever it may be. So when it gets to that, we're getting down to execution. Looks like Jordan Bryan is just going to get close to running out of frames here. Was down 47. After game 1, 224 to 177, and that 7-10 in the 4th, definitely a momentum killer for him. Certainly could have gotten 1, if not both, out on that. All of a sudden he's looking at 3 in a row instead of a split in between them. Flip over to our under 15 match. Marcus McLean and Trent Pectus. See McLean up there, he just delivered a strike in the 7th frame after an open in the 6th. So he has 96 in the 6th, strike in the 7th. He's preparing for his 8th frame for Trent. He's got 102 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th. The difference in that match was 8 pins, with Marcus having the advantage, and it looks like might be waiting for ball return.
And the ride may be over for Pete Burgos. I like Pete. Good bowler. Seems like he has a solid attitude there. I was taking some video earlier in the week, and he incidentally or accidentally walked in front of it. He was so apologetic about it. I said, that's okay. No problem, man.
The good news for Pete, though, even though his run here, Junior Gold's going to fall a little bit short of what he hoped for. Great cover there, Jordan. Way to keep it going. Pete earned a spot on Junior Team USA for 2017, so that's his first time on the team. So congratulations to Pete on that. We had a few first-timers on the boys' side. Jared Armstrong and Tommy McNeil as well, along with Wesley Lowe's. He's been there before. That's his 5th time on Junior Team USA. That's wacky.
Yeah, depending on who, of course, who else is on the team. Yeah, we'll have a couple more today.
For sure, we'll have 2 more on both the boys and the girls' side. So we should also find out about some of our under-15 development players as well. It's Neil Milligan on hand. She's going to let us know a little bit more about that.
Wesley Lowe could be the veteran on the team.
He might be 19 now, if that.
He'd be the leader in the clubhouse, I think, though, from the age standpoint. Not sure of the complete age. I'm pretty sure Jared Armstrong is 18. He'll be 19, I believe, later this year.
All right, this is Trent up in the 8th frame. That's a washout after Marcus McLean gave him an opening in the 8th frame. Marcus unable to convert a single pin. He's at 124 in the 8th. That's Marcus. If Trent only gets 2 of these, he would be at 128. So Marcus would still hold the advantage going into the final few frames. So this could be a huge conversion for Trent.
Oh, bounce.
So 4-pin match. Marcus had 8 pins going in. Trent's made up 4. They got 2 frames to go over there.
Just off camera there, Jordan Bryant just threw a phenomenal shot. He had made a move on the lane. And straightened his angles out. I like Jordan's follow through.
Definitely has some game. Very impressed watching a few shots here, and just hit or 2 goes his way. All of a sudden, different ball game here. 9th frame for Trent. Crosses over. It seems like he's, I don't know if he's maybe having some foot issues, but just not making the shots I think he wants to be making right now in this situation. But he's in the match. He's giving himself the opportunity. He's going to have, he's going to step up last. So Marcus will step up in the 9th and 10th. Marcus can shut out. He's able to throw a few strikes here, but we'll see what Marcus can do. He has struck every time on this right lane here in game 2. 9th frame. Crosses over, leaves the 6. Jordan gets it, hit in the 9th. 202 max score for him. So Jacobs just count away from officially shutting out and moving on to the next round. Go back to Jacob for the spare conversion. Takes care of it in Oh, that's Marcus. Jacobs, they're both bowling at the same time. But, so 10th frame coming up here in our under 15 contenders bracket match. Marcus McLean can still shut out for the win here with a double and 7. Mentioned he had struck every time up into that last shot on the right lane. He has not struck on the left lane yet. So talk about good timing for his first one. Get you a final score between Jacob Dunham and Jordan Bryant. They're fast track into the 10th. Second shot of the 10th. Marcus McLean gets the trip. Now just needs count to officially seal the deal. Was up 4 heading into the 10th. So if he gets 7 here, that's going to be enough. Seven will be just enough. That'll give him 171. Get the final few shots here from Dunham and Bryant. Another 7-10 for Jordan on lane number 30. So Jordan can give it a run here. Gets it to kick up a little bit, but unfortunately not enough to give us some late dramatics. So .431 to .347. Jacob Dunham over Jordan Bryant in our U20 Contenders bracket match. Get the final few shots here from Trent Petkus. Unfortunately, was already shut out. Marcus McLean got the double he needed in the 10th and just enough on the fill ball. After 206 in the opener, 171 for Marcus gives him a 377. Trent finishes with a 177 after the double 9 count. 198 in the opener gives him a 375. So 2-pin match. Marcus McLean over Trent Petkus. So that's going to do it for round number 3. We have nothing else within a reasonable distance camera-wise for us for round number 3. Emil Williams Jr. making it back, possibly has a few updates for us. And some of our other matches going on at the moment.
I need like a wireless.
That would be all right. That would be cool.
All right. Let's see here. Mentioned Yoder moving on, defeating Pete Burgos in U20. If you haven't looked at the bracket, of course, be sure to do that. Both U20 and U15 are up, so you'll know who will face who, of course. Jared Armstrong did defeat Tommy McNeil, 392 to 365. So Jared will move on. He will take on Alec Carr, who defeated David Hooper. .396 to 360. So the number 1 seed still alive in the contenders bracket. Also, actually, I think that covered our U15, including, of course, what we saw here on 29 and 30. That means Jacob Dunham will move on to take on Jacob Yoder. So the battle of the Jacobs will take place here momentarily at 8 a.m. in the U15 boys bracket. TJ Rock defeated Tyrell Ingalls. So TJ will move on. He will take on Marcus McLean, who you saw double in the final offering there to get the dub. Also Anthony Silva. Anthony has got it working today, 222, 236. He defeated Sean Cawthron 458 to 354. So Anthony bouncing back after that early loss yesterday, a tough loss, to win now his second consecutive match and stay alive in the Contenders bracket. And he will face the winner of Richard Paul III and Nick Perrone. That match is finishing up. From what I could tell, it looked like RP3 and I had the inside line to victory, but we are the last match to get going, or get done, I should say. And again, for all of your U20, U15 girls matches and needs, be sure to check out our other stream down on the high end. Partners over at Storm doing some good stuff for us and with us as well. So of course the momentary break, once this match is complete, in our immediate vicinity, it's only RP3 and Nick Perrone. There might be one girls match just finishing up as well on the high end. I see Jasmine Mason from afar picking up her bowling ball as well. So once these matches are complete, make sure the scores are tallied, the winners are verified. The winners bracket matches will begin as well, along with the next set of Contenders matches, all at 8 a.m. So more lanes and more bowling going on for you in just a few minutes. All right, so what we'll do, we'll take a quick break. There'll be a graphic up on the screen. The stream will be live, so we don't want you to think that we're going to shut it down, because we are not. We'll just have a bracket up there, and if you have any questions, feel free to contact us. And we'll be back, folks. You're watching the 2016 Junior Gold Championships live from Western Bowl on Bowl TV.
Bowlers practice is over. Let's hold up on all practice bowling. As soon as your lanes are reset and your volunteer has you guys decided that you do 20 bowls first, you may begin tournament play.
All right, folks, this is now round 4 of match play here, U15 and U20 boys. Here on the low end of the house, again, U15 and U20 girls also being streamed simultaneously on the high end, also on Bowl TV. This match will be Jorge Rodriguez taking on Nick Archecki. All right, again, Nick Archecki and Jorge Rodriguez. U15, this is a winner's bracket match. Also to our left, we do have our U20 winners bracket matchup as well as Rodriguez. Wow, opening shot right through the face. That's not a split you want to see right off the bat. It certainly is makeable. A 3-4-6. In our U20 winners bracket match on 27 and 28, Jeffrey Mann and Jacob Yezel. So we will have some coverage for you throughout that match as well. So Rodriguez opens in the first frame. Look at Nick Archecki. Nick defeated top seed Richard Paul III. Oh, I beg your pardon, the 8th seed Joshua Meek yesterday in the opening match in round 1. Players are bowling on a fresh pattern. This pair was not in use in round 1. So we'll see what the next 2 games will hold for these 2 competitors. Archecki also defeated Sean Cawthron last evening at 8:30, 409 to 343. Cawthron defeated the top seed in U15, Richard Paul III. Last night, we had some good drama with RP3 and thought he was in the winner's bracket at that point. He actually was in the contenders bracket, which made his double in the 10th all that much more important because he had to, of course, win to stay alive. Archecki is fair in the first. Saw Jeffrey Mann do some good things last night as well. In fact, both Mann and Yezel had games of 260 or better in some of their match play matches. Jacob Yezel went 251, 273 in his opening round match to defeat Tommy McNeil. 2 matches later, Jeffrey Mann shot 260 on his way to defeating Jared Armstrong, knocking off the top seed and making Armstrong fall into the contenders bracket. Be sure to check the brackets. They are updated. Across the board, of course, all our U15s and U20s boys and girls. Rodriguez is checking the approach and having a little bit of an issue there in practice, getting his footing properly down. Good shot there from Rodriguez. Last year's runner-up in U15. He lost the title match 445 to 387 to Tom Hankey. Again, that was in 2015. Jorge back in good position here in the winner's bracket to try to make his way back to the TV finals here in U15 from Puerto Rico. Really good game. Oh, he gets some help. Oh, 3-pin falls. I'm not sure if that was the head pin that kicked the 3 out. Well, watch his footing there. Let's take a look over. Here's Jacob Yazel. Yazel 3-6-9-10, and he chops it. Will open after a double. Jackie, big double. Trouble there for Nick. That's at 210. Town, Pennsylvania. A no count there on the split. So the open frame in the 4th for Shockey. So Rodriguez can double up, pounce on Archaki here. Again, the U15 winners match to our left, a U20 winners match. Jeff Mann, another strike. Rodriguez still struggling with his footing. As bowlers know, and for those of you who may or may not know, sometimes bowlers can go through certain issues finding the proper footing. Without the proper footing, you lose the leverage that you need to throw the best shot possible. Sometimes you can get away with a few, but if you consistently have footing issues, it can start to kind of play with you in the mind.
Absolutely, I could not agree more. It's yeah, you get tentative up there. You don't put forth the full effort because you're worrying about sticking or sliding, whatever the situation may be. It's not feeling natural, and then if you're focusing on that, you're probably not focusing on, you know, the little keys of your approach, your pre-shot routine, whatever it may be, and all of a sudden the results quickly aren't in your favor.
Another shot there. That one was left. And then you start to get to a point where you wonder, even us back here, maybe he's just missing, just not throwing it well. And then there's some clear shots where footing doesn't seem right. He makes a spare there. Get to start turning it early a little bit also. No harm done. Back-to-back 7 spares. All All right, here's Jacob Yazel in our U20 winners bracket match. Yazel missed a 3.69.10 on this lane in the third. Followed it with a spare after opening with a double. Here's his fifth frame shot. Good shot there wearing his Morehead State jersey.
It's funny you mentioned that because I was just thinking Morehead State had a had a player last year win the U20 boys division. That's Zach Doty. Zach aged out of junior gold, but still helped Morehead to the intercollegiate team championships this year. So maybe it's a good sign. Repping the blue and yellow there.
All right, nice double. They can throw in a different ball than what we saw him throw last night in the opening rounds. It's interesting to see what type of look he saw here this morning.
Because he struck a lot in that
did.
opening match. I think, what, 524 against Tommy McNeil? That's plentiful. Downright plentiful.
I'm really intrigued by that now. To kind of understand what he saw, what he's seen.
Pretty good shot there by Jeffrey Mann, working on 3 in a row. Leaves the 4. Get back to Nick. He's throwing some quality shots out there.
All right, nice spare strike for Chalky. Still early in our U20 and our U15 matches here. Halfway home in the U20. It's a 14-pin advantage at the moment for Jeff Mann. One through the nose again for Rodriguez. Now at 310. Again, other matches ongoing. Other winners bracket, the U20, Ryan Winters taking on Dustin Zinner. Good spare there for Rodriguez.
That was one of the things I noticed last year, watching Jorge's run to the finals, was just very collected demeanor out there for being such a young competitor. And you know, even when Tom Hankey started striking, Tom, an emotional player, and Jorge had the lead after the opening game, and you know, still was going about his business. It was just staying in his own game, not letting everything, you know, else around him really affect him. He looked very comfortable out there in that type of setting, and obviously it's showing here once again in 2016.
That one's got a chance.
Ooh.
Sending pins everywhere. That was probably his best shot of the match, even though he did double from the second and third frames. Back over to U20 and Yazel. Jacob liked it. It looked good. This right lane seems to be the one giving him the most trouble. Left at 3.69.10 in the third, and now at 3.6.10 here in the seventh. The spare will have him trailed by 15. Again, early here in match number 1, or excuse me, game 1. All right, spare for Yazel. The U20s, Jacob Dunham and Jacob Yoder. In the U20 Contenders match, Alec Carr taking on Jared Armstrong on 15 and 16. Also a Contenders match in the U20. U15, other winners matches Anthony Newer and Solomon Salama, who is not in our viewing area. All right, the hard way for our Chalky on the 310. So we've seen it made both ways. One by each competitor here in this U15 winners bracket match here. Very interesting. I'm trying to recall what we saw last night just by looking at Trevor Yazel and where he's playing today as opposed to yesterday. It almost would seem that it's, and I have no idea because we don't know the patterns, but you almost have to wonder, because we don't know that, is it different?
Well, certainly from pair to pair, you know, you can see different things out there, and but yeah, I would find it hard to get away from something that worked so well yesterday. But obviously, in the 10 minutes of practice they had before this round, Jake, he's a player. He knows.
Oh yeah, I want to try to find out some info.
So he's just making the necessary adjustments to what he was seeing out there, and you know, started with a double before, started running into a few high shots there.
All right, let's take a look at back to Rodriguez, and 4-pin stays for Jeff Mann. So watch out for Jeffrey Mann. I mean, he's been creeping on the come up.
Okay, 2 wins in the books already.
Push. 4-pin for Rodriguez.
Just turning into a good old-fashioned barn burner here in the early going in our U15 winners bracket match here.
You could just tell him, and you can just kind of look at Jorge and then look. Basically a peek into the future for him. You know, he's got some height, already throws it well. He's only going to get better, of course, and do several different things with the bowling ball that as he continues to mature physically.
Yeah, that's I mean, just looking at him, you know, one of the first for being so young, being a tall guy already, great fundamentals. You know, you kind of got to think about Cameron Doyle, where Cameron was kind of growing into his body, and then all of a sudden, seemed like all of a sudden he's about 6'7" nowadays.
Unfazed by the Deadwood attempt to getting that down on 31.
So for Jacob, still down 15. Jeffrey Mann delivered a strike in the 9th as well. So Yazel stepping up for his 10th frame over on 27, can shoot 220. Mann can still get to 235 with all 3 in the 10th. So while they're still working, they actually have to get the Deadwood from the back. So we'll stay over on our U20 match between Yazel and Jeffrey Mann. First shot of the 10th.
15-pin match. Up until, of course, that strike. In 2 games, total pinfall. We'll try to keep it as close as possible in game 1.
Yeah, you can see matches swing, certainly, but you know, more so in a 3-game match, and we've seen that in, you know, events like the Masters, Queens, Senior Masters, Senior Queens, where 3 games is a little bit bigger window to possibly make up a 40, 50, 60 pin difference versus just in 2 games. That window closes quick. As Jacob comes in light, leaves the 210. He can convert for 208 now. So opportunity for Man to expand on that lead. Another 310 conversion for Jorge Rodriguez.
Yeah, a 2-pin ball game in our U15. See what Jeffrey Mann has to offer here in the U20. 10 frame. Shot.
Impressive.
And that one is high for our Chalky now. So a spare, we'll have a tie game. 31 and 32.
We'll head back to our under 20 match. Jeffrey Mann ready to go. Second shot of the 10th. Looking to get into the 230s. Likes it. Good reason why. Fantastic shot there from that young man. Named Man.
All right, spare from our Chalky. And from West Lafayette, Indiana.
Not too far away from him. That's
Just 3 back. Just 3 no doubters in the 10th frame. Not messing around. All right, 10th frame, our Chalky. And 2-8. So this one will be close as well. And now to the early 28-pin advantage. All right, our Chalky with a spare on the 2-8.
very solid spare shooting here on 31 and 32 from both of our competitors. Strikes just have been tough to come by so far. Just each had an early double. Just 1 strike since. So filling frames and staying in the match.
All right, our Chalky goes Brooklyn there. Chalky, very simple game. Gets the feet moving pretty quickly. Playing pretty straight here. Oh, Jeff Mann. It's the 7-10 to carry. The runner-up, the Male Bowler of the Year award in Indiana, Jeffrey Mann. And the PBA washout, Rodriguez. I wasn't expecting that one.
So Nick's going to have the advantage regardless of what happens now.
What do you do if you're Rodriguez? I mean, obviously you want to get as much as you can, make it to keep it close.
Oh,
You don't have that field shot opportunity, but you could use this as one. But
oh,
I thought
he
did
should
the
have
right
had.
thing there.
Should have had the fill ball opportunity there, but no, I would have done the same thing in that situation. That's regardless of the outcome, you want those pins. Strikes have been tough to come by, so he's going to make a ball change, or at least he puts another ball up on the rack to start for game 2.
He was going to throw that fill shot and try something out if he made that spare. Get some help there, so early doubles for both Yazel and Mann.
Again, big thanks to everyone for joining us here. And of course, we got another stream going here at Western Bowl behind lanes 63 through 66. The Storm Crew doing their thing, bringing you the under 15 and under 20 girls match play matches. As Jacob makes it 3 in a row. Nick starts off with a strike. That one, like the fill ball, ended up crossing over, so still trying to find the right line, but take him when you can get him.
And he's got the lead.
Go Jeffrey Mann, third frame, looking for 3 in a row. They're in completely different parts of the lane here, and Jeffrey,
oh boy,
looking locked in, but nice ball change.
That was undoubtedly the best shot he's thrown today. Throws a different ball. You know, going back to that 10th frame from Rodriguez, you know, he had struggled with his footing early. You know, and again, first match of the day, maybe a few jitters, you know, just trying to get the ball off your hand type of thing. And we mentioned the footing and how that can play a role in how you release the ball, because you don't feel confident at all. But he on that shot, obviously he throws it well, but in the 10th frame, one that looked pretty good, and it did not do what he thought. So you wonder, of course, he was, you know, pulling it a couple times, but able to keep himself in the game by making spares. And perhaps that was one that he really thought that, hey, I was comfortable on that one. Ball didn't do what I needed it to do. And let's make a change if we can.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that's just a great lesson for any bowler out there. Is you gotta know when you're throwing good shots and when things aren't going well. It's you don't want to make a move or a switch off a bad shot. And that'll get you in even more trouble if you're making a ball change off that. But yeah, that certainly could be the case. And then saw that the ball didn't read and said, hey, it's time to make a change. Brings out a different ball and
make a change. Man in the mirror. That's a good shot.
Great shot there. Great second and third frames from Nick.
Nick's game is just, to me, it's kind of like no nonsense. Just, I'm going right up, and I'm playing my game kind of hard and straight, and like, I dare you to beat me. Two quality shots on the right lane now from Rodriguez. The ball looks a little cleaner through the fronts. See what he does on the left lane though. About the 2-8. This ball.
2-8's pretty close though from a ball change, and possibly not knowing what you're going to get, but see if he makes the slight adjustment. That one also a little bit lighter. Gets up the hill just a tad more, but he was close.
He is indeed close. Right now, it's the left lane.
Once again, all these players on our featured pairs do have the benefit of being in the winner's bracket. Won their first 2 matches yesterday. So not eliminated. Just have a little bit longer road to take. That's what you do in Indianapolis. Or at least that's what directions do to me here in Indianapolis. So it seems appropriate. All right, Nick's starting to get comfortable around the 1-3. Another good shot there. Leaves himself a makeable single pin. Over on 27-28. Yazel has struck 4 out of 5 times, but an open in the 4th frame, so he has 85 in the 4th with a strike in the 5th. Jeffrey Mann started with 3 in a row. Followed it up with 3 spares. He has a 116 in the 5th with a spare in the 6th. Not what Nick was hoping for there. Gives Jorge a little bit of a break. And a few pins back, unable to convert the 10 pin. Big opportunity for a double here for Jacob Yazel. His 6th frame. Sends everything around. The 7 pin can't get it to fall. Jacob was down 28. Heading into this match, he can max out at 245 still. Nice bounce back shot there from Nick. That's always big after a miscue. No doubter like that one. All right, Rodriguez is lined up on 32. It's getting close on 31. It's coming up light on both shots since making the ball change to start game 2. Does he have another slight adjustment in the bag? Frame number 6. There it is. Great shot. Down 14 heading into game 2 and looking to put the pressure on his opponent. Yazel in the 7th frame, spare conversion. Not gaining any ground at the moment on Jeffrey Mann. 124 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th for Jacob. For Jeffrey, 115 in the 5th, spare in the 6th. Here's Jeffrey Mann, frame number 7. That could have been a little bit of trouble, but just leaves the 2-pin. All right, a few updates from Emil Williams Jr. Jacob Dunham, we saw him in the first match, continuing to make his run in the contenders bracket. Knocked off Jacob Yoder. And our top seed on the under 20 side for the boys, Jared Armstrong continues on, defeated Alec Carr. Essentially anybody's ball game here on 31 and 32. 14 pins was the difference, with Archaki having the advantage. Rodriguez has made up 12 of it, although Nick could add another 10 on it if he's able to make it a double in the 8th. Jacob Yazel, double in the 8th and the 9th. He can still shoot 234 this game, but Jeffrey Mann still cruising, still clean. Just needs to fill a few frames here, and he'll be victorious. Big shot in the 8th. This one's coming down to the 10th frame. Got some excitement here early morning. Bowl TV. Jeffrey Mann stepping up in the 9th frame once again. Just needs to fill some frames here. He's going to be good. Shows the emotion. Foundation frame. Another mark here. He's going to be one win away from making his way to the televised finals. Which will be shown on CBS Sports Network next month. Big shot there. Big double from Nick. First shot of the 10th. Jeffrey Mann can lock it up right here. That's going to be a winner. Just a matter of filling up the 10th now. But Jeffrey Mann is going to knock off Jacob Yazel. Get you the score in just a moment, but See if Nick can make it 3 in a row. And loses some count. He's now staring down the washout. Jeffrey Mann finishes with 222 for 457 for his 2 games. Big spare. Great shot there from Nick. Big time spare conversion in the 9th frame, covering the washout.
Wow, came back just in time.
That's right, sir. This under 15 match is about as close as we're going to get. Big double. Showing the emotion. Jorge's going to take a step back here, get a drink of water, not rushing anything. Can still get to 237 this game. I'll give him to 410 total.
Help.
3-6-10 drops his max score down to 214.
Could have won the match in the 10th frame.
He could have struck out to shutout. Nick could only get to 211. With that 14 pin advantage, that wouldn't have been enough.
Very important spare.
Absolutely, this is
Help him.
a little more excitement than he hoped for on that one, but with a strike, he shoots 214. Nick on a 201 pace.
Go ahead.
201 would be enough.
201 would be victory by 1 pin. He's on a spare. Important to remember for our Chalky. And of course, count very important for Rodriguez here.
All right, then we'll see if that little tap on the 10 comes back. So 386 for Jorge Rodriguez. So Nick needs to get to 200 on the nose to win by 1. There's a few ways he can do that. Needs at least 8 on this shot for a chance at worse the tie.
Oh.
All right. Well, that one certainly could have tumbled the right way, but 8-pin stands. I'll admit I don't know the tiebreaker if we get to that.
There is a roll-off.
There's a roll-off. All right. It's certainly in play at the moment. First things first, though.
Yeah.
All right, spare good. Here's the situation. If Nick can strike, he's a winner. If he gets 9, we tie. Anything less, Jorge Rodriguez sneaks out the W. For all the marbles. Wow, what a shot.
Impressive.
What a match.
Goes about his business, man. He just goes about his business.
What a match, 387 to 386. Nick Archaki, 1-pin victory over Jorge Rodriguez to remain in the winner's bracket. Wowza. That was intense, man.
No doubt about it.
Just some, for both players, Jorge making the big ball change. And I mean, both of them, you know, they converted their spares in the game, in the opening game, and just couldn't find the right look to the 1-3. Started getting there in game 2, and then just some big shots down the stretch. What a finish.
All right, some quick updates from what I could gather. Marcus McLean defeated TJ Rock 447 at 350. And so Marcus will continue on. Solomon Salama in a winner's bracket match defeated Anthony Newer 490 to 427. Number 3 seed. And now essentially to the semifinals. Richard Paul III and Anthony Silva were still bowling, or are still bowling. When I walked down, I know Silva had the advantage in the first game. Didn't see the deficit there. I had to come back and do something else. But he had like spare in the first 5 or the next 5 versus Anthony Silva. In the U20, Jared Armstrong defeated Alec Carr 450 to 382. Jacob Dunham defeated Jacob Yoder 343 to 338. And which seems like an eternity ago, at one point Ryan Winters had an 11-pin lead over Dustin Zinner. And that match looks like it is finishing up. A lot happening. A lot happening. I assume Jeffrey Mann won.
Jeffrey Mann did secure the victory, so 457 was enough over Jacob Yazel. There we go. Terry Bigham's looking at us, so that means we're going to take a quick break here on Bowl TV. We're not turning the cameras off, so we're just going to put up this nifty little, we'll be back shortly. Don't go too far. But we'll have round 5 coming up next here on Bowl TV. Continued coverage of the under 15 boys and under 20 boys right here at Western Bowl for the 2016 Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master. We'll be back in a minute.
All right, bowling practice session has ended. Let's hold up on all practice bowling. Check with your scorekeepers to make sure you guys start in the proper order. And as soon as you're ready, begin bowling.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Bowl TV for the 2016 Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Group, and Master. I'm Aaron Smith. Emil Williams Jr. has had to go assist with the television shows we have going on, our USA Bowling shows for the under 15 and under 12 taking place here bright and early at 9:30 Eastern, or they're being taped at 9:30 Eastern, I should say. They will air later on CBS Sports Network, so definitely some cool stuff there. But since we're multitasking this week, it's just going to be myself in here calling the action for these under 20 and under 15 boys matches. I'm Aaron Smith with USBC Communications. Thanks for joining us here. Both of these matches in the Contenders bracket over on 29 and 30. Jacob Yazel will be taking on Jared Armstrong. Armstrong, the top overall seed. In our under 15 match, we have Marcus McLean. We got to see a little bit of Marcus in the very opening round today. He's won a few matches already. He's taking on Anthony Nyer, a past under 12 champion, now moving up. Showing his stuff here in the under 15 now. So both of these pairs have already seen 2 games on them, so a little bit of wear and tear. Some players got 10 minutes of practice before we started. And now get the opportunity to see if they can win one more match and get a win closer to earning their spot on CBS Sports Network. In the championship matches. We'll get you a quick rundown of everything on the brackets. We'll start with the under 20s. As we saw off to our left, Jeffrey Mann defeated Jacob Yazel 457 to 417. Jeffrey Mann 1 win away from punching his ticket to the title round. On the other side of the winner's bracket, Dustin Zenner, 372 to 360 victory over Ryan Winters. So Dustin and Jeffrey very close to making TV. In the Contenders bracket, as we're watching Jacob and Jared, the winner of this one will take on Jeffrey Mann for the opportunity to represent that side of the bracket in the title match. The other Contenders match, Ryan Winters taking on Jacob Dunham. We saw Jacob in the very first match today, so he's been winning his way. So that's who's left on the under 20 side. For the under 15 boys, as we saw unfold a dramatic match, Nick Archaki defeating Jorge Rodriguez by 1 pin, 387 to 386. So Nick now 1 win away, earning his spot on CBS Sports Network. The other match, Solomon Salama defeated Anthony Nyer 490 to 427. Some big scores out of those gentlemen. So Solomon in the same boat, 1 win away. We have Anthony and Marcus, and the other Contenders bracket match is Jorge Rodriguez and the top seed from qualifying, Richard Paul III, also known as RP3, as we like to call him. Lost his opening match, but has survived a few wins. Now finds himself in pretty good shape. He can beat Jorge. Jorge, the runner-up in the U15 division in 2015. Looking to make it back-to-back years as well. Nice shot there by Marcus, first double after an early open in the first. Anthony stepping up, as we mentioned, the 2014 under-12 junior gold champion. Bowling in the bloodlines for the Nyer family as a crazy 8-pin. Stands for Anthony. His dad, Andy Nyer, just made the stepladder finals at the 2016 USBC Senior Masters in Las Vegas. So you hear a little extra noise going on in the background. That's the USA Bowling shows getting underway here at Western Bowl. Anthony clean through 4 frames. A bit of a slow start for our under 20 match. Jared Armstrong, as we mentioned, led qualifying, was the #1 seed heading into match play. So he earned a spot on Junior Team USA this year, for next year, I should say, 2017. Had a big 807 during one of the qualifying sets, the lone 800 that I am aware of. So there's definitely a lot of excitement there. We showcased a video of that on our official Facebook page, The Sport of Bowling, facebook.com/USBC. Jacob unable to get that back. 2-8-10. Marcus nearly does the same. He gets the 10-pin out, however. Once again, Emil and I were talking about earlier, we saw Jacob shoot a real big game, or real big set, I should say. 524 for his 2 games in the opening round of match play. Attacking him a little bit differently today. And this 2-game total pinfall match. It's looking like he's going back to that ball we saw him use yesterday in that. Making a big move right on the lane. And delivers all 10 back in the 5th. Just a reminder, we have our under 15 and under 20 girls matches going on our other live stream taking place at the moment. Good folks at Storm hanging out in that booth. You can find that by going back to youtube.com/BowlTV. You'll have both live events running. You can pick which one you like to see. And a back-to-back 8 pins on lane 32 for Anthony. No problem on the spare, clean. Holds a 3-pin advantage over Marcus McLean. McLean can move into the lead if he's able to connect for his second double here in game 1. Jacob once again sticking with the ball change and the big move right. The 9-pin here in frame number 6, but I think he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable about where he's at on the lane right now. Currently, we just have contenders and bracket matches going on across the house here at Western Bowl. Winners bracket matches will be coming up next, and if necessary, we'll have an additional round for if we have to go to an additional match. Definitely looking like the right move. Jacob Yazel. Representing Morehead State. Advanced to the Intercollegiate Singles Championships this year, along with 2 of his teammates. Morehead State very well represented in Wichita earlier this year. Miscue from McLean. So Battle of Kentucky here on 29 and 30. Jacob from Lexington, Jared from Louisville. Quite a shot there from Armstrong. In the 8th frame, nice bounce back shot for Marcus McLean. No 8-pin there for Nyer on 32, but now the mixer 9. Definitely having no problem getting to the 1-2, just a matter of getting them all to tumble. And he's showing that poise that has already earned him a national title here at Junior Gold. We've seen several of our competitors, as they've aged up, put on some impressive performances. Brianna Clemmer comes to mind. In 2014, she captured the under-20 title after winning the under-15 just 2 years prior to that. And even this week, we still have a few of our returning champions on the ladies' side still in the field. Amanda Najokas was the under 12 champion last year and moved up to under 15, was undefeated through 2 rounds. All right, foundation frame in the books. 10th frame underway here in our under 15 and under 20 boys matches. To the pocket 7-10 in the 9th from Jared Armstrong. Looking at the 2-7 now. Get to 161 with the conversion. Nice cover. Jacob Yazel. Still has 191 out there. That's what Marcus McLean just shot. Anthony Nyer clean and finally gets a hit to connect on that right lane. Yazel asks for it to push, and it does. After leaving a 9-pin and a 3-6-10 on that lane after making the move. Connects for his first double. 191 is still out there, so he's going to hold the advantage going into game 2. Anthony Nyer. Gonna be in the 2 teens here. Gonna have a 20-pin plus lead. 3 great shots on the 10th there. 218 to 191. Nyer ahead of McLean after 1. So 27 pins the difference in that match. Jacob takes care of the spare. 179 now is max score, so he can push his lead to 18 pins. Oh, he already struck in the 10th, my bad. He does have an 18 pin lead. So 179, 161. Once again, these are 2-game total pinfall matches. Jared unable to get the 3 to kick back out and connect with the 10. So Yazel can build on an 18-pin advantage here in the early going of game 2. We mentioned the Moorhead State connection to last year's event. Zach Doty, the champion, and Jacob's teammate. At Moorhead State. Definitely would be a cool connection. Still bowling left to be done here in the U15 and U20 divisions. Trouble in the second for Anthony Nyer. Starting down the 4, 6, 7. Gives a few pins back. We'll see if McLean can take advantage of the miscue. Gets a little bit of love tap there on the 2-pin. See if he can turn that into a double. Again, big thanks to everyone for joining us, not only today, but throughout the week. We've had 3 live streams at once. We're down to 2. And by the end of them all, we'll know the finalists for our under 15 and under 20 divisions for both the boys and the girls. We already know who's made TV in the under 12 boys and girls. You can read about that on bowl.com. Great bounce back shot there from Anthony. Jacob getting a kick out of a few folks in the stands. They got the clap game down. Keeping it loose and friendly back here. Still a lot of folks here at Western Bowl, despite the fact we only have a few competitors left on the lanes. Some great crowd support, obviously family support, but friends as well sticking around. Marcus is 2 for 2 on 32, but just looking for that first strike. On 31, synchronized clapping. Get some folks on cue back here. For Jacob Yazel. big double for Jared. See if he can turn that into a few more. Put a little bit of pressure on Jacob. He's going to have a chance. Great shot, 3 in a row. Jared Armstrong. Battle of Kentucky here on 29 and 30. Anthony a little surprised that one hooked up on him so soon. Leaves it 2-4, so there's a makeable spare in front of him. So Jacob, when he made the ball change and made the big move right, he was good to go on 29. He's still looking for his first strike here in game 2, and he's going to have to wait at least until the 8th frame now. Three out of 4 for Anthony Nyer. So Jacob's going to have to finish on 29 as well. No problem on the spare. Jared has got something going now, 3 in a row. Marcus avoids the split. Leaves just the 10 pin, but he's still trying to cut to that 27 pin deficit. Jared Armstrong. 4 very impressive shots here, and for some of the struggles that we saw in game 1, quickly putting those in the past. Looking for 5 in a row. Is going to have a pin get to the 9, but not knock it over. Covers a spare, but has definitely made this a match. 18 pins was the difference, and essentially that's what we'd be at if Jacob can strike here in frame number 7. Great shot from Yazel, perfect on the right lane. What's the move here on 29 though? Anthony Nyer closing in quickly. On another victory here. Again, these are Contenders bracket matches. So we will have a few more folks eliminated from Junior Gold. At the conclusion, 8th frame. You liked that one. Gave it a little kick. got a little kick on the 10. Big double. Actually gains a 10-pin advantage overall in the match over Jared Armstrong with the double. Armstrong wasting no time. He's left staring at a 10-pin. Kicks the 10-pin out. Possibly would have gotten the 7 on that too if it was standing up there, but Jared not concerned about that. He's trying to figure out how to get all 10 to cooperate. Put some pressure on Jacob. That's how you get all 10. Marcus gets the trip on the 2, doesn't see it. Well, we'll have to get a score change on that. But fortunately for McLean, it looks like his run at the 2016 event is just a few more shots away. Anthony Nyer, 27-pin advantage heading into the match, and it's been on cruise control 5 out of the last 6. Big shot there for Jacob. Anthony Nyer is going to continue his run. So he looks to add a U15 title to the U12. He already has it at home in Pennsylvania. Left-hander putting on a show here for Bowl TV. Big shot there for Jacob. That puts him into the 220s. So he essentially just needs to avoid bad count here. Jared can still shoot 237. So I think just decent count would be enough for Jacob to continue his trek in the under 20 bracket. Great effort, great performance, great shots down the stretch. So Jacob Yazel is going to defeat Jared Armstrong. For Armstrong, though, he's leaving the 2016 event with a spot on Junior Team USA in 2017. So 238, the final tally. For 417 for Jacob. Best Jared can get to 237 will put him at 398. Anthony Nyer finishes up with 244. 458. So he's going to continue on. Always disappointing to see the tournament come to a close, but incredibly impressive performance from these young gentlemen. and gets the kick for good measure. A little wave to the crowd. Great mutual respect there for two young men we'll certainly be hearing more from in the future. .458 to 363. Anthony Nyer over Marcus McLean. 417 to 385. Jacob Yezel over Jared Armstrong. So that will conclude round number 5. We're going to move to round number 6 coming up next after we conclude all of our matches going on here. You can check the Storm broadcast at youtube.com/BowlTV. Select the under 15, under 20 girls to see how they're doing over there. Check in with the good folks at Storm, of course. Storm, Rotogrip, and Master, the presenting sponsors here in 2016 at the Junior Gold Championships. So big thanks to them, as well as all of our hosts this week in Indianapolis. We're here at Western Bowl. It's been great all week. Woodland, Expo, Southern, All-Star, they've all been great. So big thanks to everyone who's made this tournament possible. Of course, the volunteers, as well as the USBC staff. A lot of changes this year, but I think it's gone pretty well for a lot of positive feedback. So we're not going to turn the cameras off, but we're going to switch the screens here for a moment. Looks like they still got a few frames over there on the girls' side, so feel free to check that out for a little bit. Round 6 is going to be coming up next here on Bowl TV. I'm Aaron Smith. Thanks again for joining us here, and we're getting closer and closer to knowing who's going to make it to the CBS Sports Network Finals at the Junior Gold Championships. Thanks again for stopping by. We'll be right back. Don't go too far. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on Bowl TV. And we are down to the final 4 in both the under 15 and under 20 boys division here at the 2016 Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master. I'm Aaron Smith with USBC Communications. We're coming to you live from a Western Bowl in Indianapolis, Indiana. One of 5 centers to host the 2016 event, setting record numbers once again with a massive turnout, 3,300 total competitors throughout the week making their way here. It's been a long week, 4 days of qualifying, an advancers round, a final advancers round, match play, and now we're down to the top 4. So we'll get you a rundown of our players, as well as who else is left and kind of what the situation is here. These are 2-game matches, total pinfall determining who wins, and there's a possibility we will know all of our TV finalists, or none of them after these 2 matches. It's definitely going to be an exciting moment or 2 as we prepare for this. But on 29 and 30, our under 15 match, we have, let me get the right bracket up here first. Solomon Salama taking on Anthony Nair. We saw Anthony last round. So Solomon is in the winner's bracket. He's gone undefeated. His last match, he actually defeated Anthony 490 to 427. So for Solomon, he would have to be defeated twice by Anthony in order to not make the show. So Solomon has a loss in his back pocket if needed. Over on 31 and 32, that's our under 20 boys division. Dustin Zenner, representing Purdue University, is in the winner's bracket. He's made his way through 3 matches unscathed. He's taking on Ryan Winters. Ryan lost to Dustin in the first winner's bracket round of the day. 372 to 360, so Dustin had a round off. Ryan defeated Jacob Dunham 419 to 411 to earn his spot here, but Ryan, in a similar situation as Anthony, would have to win twice to make his way onto TV. Ryan is going to be attending Wisconsin Whitewater in the fall, coming in as a freshman. Got to see him a little bit earlier this week on Bowl TV, and get to see him again. Big arm swing. Definitely takes advantage of his height and long arms. In the under 20 boys division, the other match going on, Jeffrey Mann is taking on Jacob Yazel. Mann has already defeated Yazel once today, so Jacob would have to win twice. That's taking place over on lanes 35 and 36 to our right. The other under 15 match going on, also a rematch. We saw an instant classic between Nick Archaki and Jorge Rodriguez. Archaki with a 1-pin victory, 387 to 386, delivering a strike on his fill ball to record the victory. Rodriguez defeated Richard Paul III in the elimination bracket, 459 to 358 to earn his spot there, but once again, Jorge has to win twice, so interesting. All of our matches are rematches of competition throughout the week. So So getting the pin removed before Anthony shoots at the head pin. Dustin Zenner representing Purdue University here. Got to see him a little bit earlier this year at the Intercollegiate Team Championships in Wichita, Kansas. Purdue actually claimed the top seed for qualifying. Dustin off to a good start after sparing the first early double. Nice bounce back shot there from Nair. This is really our first chance to see Solomon this week. So a pair of lefties on 29 and 30. So we'll really get to see how that transition. They're both playing the pretty far left, and appears both are using urethane. Our right-handers also in the same general area, and got 10 minutes of practice before this, but these lanes haven't been oiled since this morning, so there I got a few rounds on it. This is technically round 6. I started with round 3 this morning, had 2 rounds last night here at Western Bowl. There's Zenner looking for 3 in a row. Just gonna get it. Rolls it over. A few fist pumps. Dustin looking to take advantage of the early open from winners, unable to convert the 3.69.10 in frame number 3. Trouble in the 5th, however, for Zenner. Leaving the 210. Jeffrey Mann has looked really good so far today. Caught him earlier. Cruised to a win. Averaged about 230, and he's off to a strong start again. Zenner unable to get the 2 to kick over. Man started with a spare 4 in a row for Yazel, just 1 strike and an open in the 6th. So Jeffrey Mann doing some work. In our other U15 match, looks like Jorge Rodriguez, slight advantage in the early going. That's Nick Archecki. Kind of looked like their match earlier here on Bowl TV. Players just kind of filling frames. Not too much striking going on, but excitement all saved for game 2. Solomon goes to the nose, leaves the 2-4-6-10. As we mentioned earlier today, Rodriguez is the runner-up in the under 15 division, so looking for a second opportunity to capture a junior gold championships title. Fell to Tom Hankey. A really good championship match. Hankey making a big ball change and having a big final game. Great attempt there by Solomon. Unable to get all 4 of them though. So I got a 9-pin match. Advantage Salama. Salama joining us from Beverly Hills, California. Good bounce back shot there, unable to get the 7-pin out. For our under 20 boys competitors, Jeffrey Mann, Jacob Yazel, Dustin Zenner, and Ryan Winters. Actually, I have to take that back. Jacob Yazel is has aged out of the Junior Team USA program, but the other 3 have the opportunity by making the finals to earn a spot on Junior Team USA for 2017. So whoever comes out of the Zenner winners match is going to join Jared Armstrong, Pete Virgos, Wesley Lowe, and Thomas McNeil on the team. If Jacob Yazel makes the television show, this is unofficially coming from me, of course. Would be up to Tennille Milligan, but the way I understand the rule, that would fall to the next highest qualifier, who is age eligible, which appears to be the 5th seed after 26 games of qualifying, Kenna McFalls. Once again, that's unofficial. That's just me talking right here. Zenner bounces back with the strike after back-to-back splits in the 5th and 6th. So Winter's still looking for the right look to the 1-3, but still right there. As Solomon back-to-back 2-4-6-10s on lane 30. Our matches featured outside of lanes 29 through 32 just about wrapping up, so a little tough to see the scoreboards here. But I'll do my best to give you an approximate score. Nick Archecki started striking in the back half of game one, finishes with 234 in the under 15 division. Question in the chat. We have one other U15 match going on and one other U20. Those are the ones happening on 25, 26, and 35 and 36. So the only finalists that have been decided so far are in the under 12 division. But we could certainly know more in a game. As all the winners could wrap things up. Or the players in the winner's bracket, I should say. They're able to close out this 2-game match. Wouldn't have to go to a second one. Anthony and I are starting to get things going. Jeffrey Mann is going to hold a commanding lead over Jacob Yazel heading into game two. Mann in the 240s. Yazel finishes with 197. Looks like 245 to 197, the official score there. Solomon makes the move, avoids the split here on the right lane, but unable to get the 10 or the 7 to cooperate. All right, ran to get a quick score. Archecki up 234 to 207 after one game in our other under 15 match. Solomon going to the bag, going to try something different here after the missed 7-pin. Going to open the lanes up a little bit. Connects. Can still get to 155 this game. This is round 6 of U15 and U20 boys competition at the 2016 Junior Gold Championships. We have a round 7 if necessary. And then later today we will film the finals, which will air on CBS Sports Network in August. That change might be looking pretty good here for Solomon. Finds the double. Anthony Nyer, though, working on 3 in a row. Starting to look pretty comfortable out there himself. Ryan Winters can get to 190 with the conversion. Snyder makes it 4 in a row. Throwing pins everywhere. Officially 190 for Ryan Winters. Dustin Zenner, despite the 2 splits in the middle of the game, still has 235 out there, so he can build it up to 45 pins, or 3 more in the 10th. Likes it for good reason. Great shot. He's in the 220s now with a good count. Jorge Rodriguez just left a wicked 8-pin to early going of game number 2, looking to make back a few pins. It's Nick Archecki. It's down at 27. Dustin Zenner, big double in the 10th. Big finish overall, bouncing back extremely well after a little adversity in the 5th and the 6th. Finds himself with a sizable lead. Snyder makes it 5 in a row. And 1 win away from punching his ticket to CBS Sports Network in the finals at the Junior Gold Championships. $55-pin lead for Dustin Zenner over Ryan Winters, 245 to 190. 204 to 155. Anthony Nyer over Solomon Salama. So 49-pin difference in that match. An early open from Jeffrey Mann, followed by 2 spares and a strike. Jacob Yazel, spare and an early double. Yazel was down at 48. So some pretty big differences heading into game 2. Yazel makes it 3 in a row. Cut into that difference. See if Ryan Winters can throw a few to get going and maybe put a little pressure on Dustin. Zenner responds with a great shot of his own, but a extremely stubborn 7-pin. Ends up standing and fighting. Anthony gets the messenger over there, but there's not enough oomph. Everybody clean in our other U15 match at the moment. In the early going. Nick Archaki, 27-pin advantage headed into the game against Jorge Rodriguez. Nick in the winner's bracket. Have to hold off Jorge for this game and would be in the finals. Center gets that one right and his gray boards don't hook. So loses the count. Bounces back nicely, so a little damage done, but not a disaster. Jeffrey Mann running into some troubles, looking at back-to-back opens in the 5th and the 6th, just left the Greek church on. So possibly some of the excitement, pressure, and nerves of being so close to the finals here at Junior Gold, possibly creeping into the heads of some of these competitors. Jacob Yazel had 3 in a row after a spare in the first, but he also had an open in the 5th frame. He's at 104 in the 5th. Mann at 84 in the 6th. Yazel looking for a double. In the 6th and the 7th delivers. He's essentially made up the difference in that match. Good shot by Winners. Firing Messengers in the corner at the 10, doesn't get it to fall. Solomon gets the kick at the 7. He's gained a few pins back after the split from Anthony in the 2nd frame, but still some work to do. Oh. Great shot from Anthony. Left looking at 9-pin and a 3rd consecutive open for Jeffrey Mann. Over on 35 and 36. Goodness. Great bounce back shot there from Dustin Zenner. Has one get away from him to kick off the 2nd. Picks up the spare and then just throws a great shot. He's going to talk to a few of his supporters here in the back, a few fellow Purdue players. Nair gets a hit in the fourth frame. In the other U15 match, both competitors still clean. Jorge Rodriguez working on a double, though. Looking to make up some points. Jeffrey Mann. He's giving it back to Jacob Yazel. Center makes it 2 in a row. Looking to punch his ticket. Oh, goodness. 8-pin, 9-pin. Everything's standing on 30. Jacob Yazel looks like he's going to force a second game here, or second match, I should say, against Jeffrey Mann. That'll be coming up next year on Bowl TV if that does happen. Once again, the round 7 if necessary, so we got to see that the same could be said for our compatriots down in the Storm booth. We got the U15 and U20 girls. Big applause for four-bagger for Jacob Yazel. Solomon takes care of business in the 5th, but gonna need to start stringing some strikes together to put any pressure on Anthony. Great shot there from Ryan. Might need to find a few strikes in a row himself. However, Dustin Zenner built a pretty big lead after one game. 55 pins, the difference. Nair takes the 2. 3 in a row for Zenner. Anthony responds nicely to the adversity on 30. Great shot on 29. Dustin's going to step back for a second. Smart move for for every bowler. If it's not the moment to go up there, big time situation, it's got to be all right. Step back. Go through the pre-shot routine one more time. Then make the best shot you can. Jeffrey Mann finishes with 150. Which gives him a 395. Jacob Yazel well in the 200s after 197. So, second match necessary. That's why you reset, folks. 4 in a row. Solomon had the chance to make up a few pins on Anthony, especially after his split on lane 30 in the 5th frame, but now looking at 3-7 of his own. Solomon running out of frames. Looks like Anthony in position to force a second match. Looks like 2:30 for Jacob Yazle, so he's going to record the 427 to 395 victory over Jeffrey Mann. They will do it again in just a little bit. Now in a winner-take-all match. Center kicks the 4 forward, 5 in a row. Nick Archaki's match is over on lanes 25 and 26, so you can actually see the ball hitting the pins to the left of your screen. That match still ongoing. Nick held a 27-pin lead over Jorge Rodriguez. Nick clean through 7, working on 3 strikes in a row. Center is 2 frames away from clinching his spot in the finals of the 2016 Under-20 championship match here at the Junior Gold Championships. That might be it for Ryan Winters here, but this young man certainly has a bright future ahead of him coming up. Heading to Wisconsin Whitewater. Excellent program. Coach Sean Wochner in attendance, chatting with him for a little bit. As a former Junior Team USA member, helping him out, and past Whitewater standout Nick Crummell on board. So Ryan's got a lot of opportunities to learn from some great folks. Continue to build his game here, but just running out of time. Anthony Nyer is going to force a second match here against Solomon Salama. It's looking like we'll have two of them here. Zenner's string of strikes ends at 6, but damage already done after a big first game. All right, Dustin Zenner, collegiate player out of Purdue University. He calls South Bend, Indiana home. Enjoy your victory lap, sir. You're going to CBS Sports Network. Final frame. Undefeated in the winner's bracket. Maybe not the victory lap we were hoping for, but this will be more than enough. He's advancing, so congratulations, Dustin Zenner. You're bowling for a national title. Just a few hours. .223 will give him, or gives him an extra pin there, but .223 give him 468. And the victory over Ryan Winters. Anthony Nyer finishes up with 173. He's at 377. Tough two-game match here for Solomon, but benefit of being in the winner's bracket. Get another crack at it if needed. Another good shot from Ryan Winters. Excellent, excellent, excellent tournament for him. He's going to be exciting to watch on the USBC collegiate scene starting in just a month or two. I'm sure him and Dustin Zenner will be meeting up a few times throughout the season. A lot of the same events in the same area, but final send-off for Ryan Winters. Great finish, 223, 413 to 468. Dustin Zenner advancing to the finals. The under 20 division here at the Junior Gold Championships. We'll have another match on 29-30. Or may not necessarily on 29-30, but Nyer defeats Salama 377 to 329. And Nick Archecki is going to defeat Jorge Rodriguez. They still got 2 frames to go, but pretty much in the books. Nick is going to advance to the U15 Boys final. We're going to have 2 round 7 matches coming up next here on Bowl TV. So we're actually going to turn the cameras off for a minute. So we'll have a new stream for the very end here. So be sure to check that out. If the girls have any if necessary matches as well, they'll have round 7 coming up next here on their station on Bowl TV. But for now, we're shutting down. Thanks again for joining us. I'm Aaron Smith, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. And we will know our finalists here at the Junior Gold Championships. Thanks again for stopping by. We'll see you soon.